All right. Hello. Um, we will be. What game should we spectate? Platinum 2 game or the Silver 2 game? See what's going on in the Silver 2 lobbies.
The professor didn't train quitters.
All right, let's see what's going on in the Silver 2 game. Abujin is Cyclops. He is 6-4. 2 finals. They are on offense. They got 60 seconds. Oh. Okay. Oh, they both have Groot? Okay, I was confused on that play. Oh my goodness, buddy. That's a rough one. No, that's not what I want.
Down to 30 seconds.
What do I?
Dracula's castle can't be much further.
Okay. Main angle. These walls out of here. Walls down. Get walled off again. Oh shit. Oh. I don't know who did what. Damn. Damn. Alright, Fox dead. Groot holding it down. Oh yeah, they cooked up now. Never mind. It's too far. Groot's in there. Oh, Groot's dead. Yeah. Time's up.
The current score is 0.
Time's up. What do you guys think?
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Who got it?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Alright, while this is going on, we'll switch channels to the other game. Oh, I can't even spectate this one, you fucker. Turn the TV on, bro. Turn the TV on, you fuck. Oh, okay. I guess that's like a pay-per-view channel, bro. I guess we'll be back at this one. You guys think they can hold it for longer than, or further than wherever that is? Less than, you know what I'm talking about. You know the words that I'm trying to convey out of the thing.
The battle starts in 5.
They have a Venom, Magneto, Punisher, Cyclops, Luna, Invis.
All you need to do
Okay.
is capture the mission area.
Oh, damn.
Thanks for the boost.
Okay. Okay. Venom's almost dead. Venom's still somehow alive. Okay, Venom got healed. Oh. Damn.
Clear the way.
That 1v1ing a Squirrel Girl, bro? Oh shit. They killed. Oh, that's his teammate. Never mind. Forgot the fucking colors. Colorblind.
Propulsion beam. Extreme force. Right on target.
Okay. Somehow they held that.
Thanks for the boost.
The one? Okay. Okay. Looking pretty good, to be honest. Okay. Okay. Yo, these walls are crazy, bro.
That should make a difference.
Nice, nice. 2-piece. Almost got a third. Spike needle behind. Comes up there stomping above. Up. Get his eye, get his eye, get his eye, get his eye, get his eye. Yeah. What's the score looking like now? 14-7? Now he's cooking, now he's cooking. Now he's cooking.
Propulsion beam.
Anyone willing to help?
I'm locked in.
Extreme force. Maximum impact.
Okay, I don't know how you break that one.
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay, no, he got it back, he got it back. Salvage the play. Salvage the aim at least. Oh. Why would they ult there? Why would they ult there? Oh shit. Somebody died. Co-op time. Did you just double ult? Is that what just happened? What? Did I miss? Did you guys just double ult? Yeah, co-op time. Damn, why would you do that? I guess just to win the game. Time sensitive. Fair enough, fair enough. Locked in on the second half for sure. You lock in on round 2. Locked in on round 2. What's a man like Kakazu saying? He's still going? Can't spectate, you fucker. Alright. Should we just keep spectating his games? Is that valid gameplay? Oh well. Just look like mad.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am beyond my pitiful creator.
Ultron gameplay. I know they're scared to see it. I know they're afraid to see it.
I shall remake the universe in steel and silicon.
You cannot save Yggdrasil.
30
nor
seconds
can you
before you
save
attack.
yourselves.
Get ready.
Alright.
You're holding back, Ray. That's not like you at all.
Gambit used to be
Scouting.
This is my unnatural selection.
Do you truly believe you can stop my grand scheme?
No tanks? 3 DPS? Okay.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I'm Stephen Grant. I'm
DJ Jeffy Jeff. Oh, well, nice to meet you. Ah! Come back, you fucker! You fucker. Cyclops.
This is for a rock.
There are always more of me.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
This is my unnatural selection.
Let's make our way to the arbors of all. I am very welcome.
Oh, you guys don't push up as far as you need to. Do my best, man. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
They hitting real hard.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
How did I miss that? Oh! Oh, my ear, bro. I feel like there's fucking bugs in my ear, bro. What the fuck? Not you, Spider-Man. Get out of here. Oh, fuck. Sorry, buddy. You're way too far away from me.
Armed and dangerous.
Extermination!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Oh, Jesus.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Okay. Everything's okay. This fuck ass Spider-Man, bro.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Okay, okay. Ah, she's beating my ass, she's beating my ass, she's beating my ass. What's up, guys?
A little protection goes a long way.
So close. This is your big chance.
Oh, that's not good.
Get that vehicle moving.
Protection goes a long way.
Jesus Christ, bro. Mecha Chameleon when? Soon, bro, soon. Nice. Nice. Stole that shit. Stole that ace. People shared a photo, bro. What the hell? What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that, bro? Look at me go. Fuck, I didn't mean to click on that. But now that I clicked on that, I might as well click on mine, actually, for real. Beginning of the game? Okay, okay. Oh, you didn't even kill this guy, bro. You just left. You got greedy. Is that when you got? Is this when you got greedy? No. I'm just healing. This is just a healing highlight? I'm so confused. Okay. That's it? That's my highlight? That's so weak, bro. Just be giving MVP to anybody then, what the fuck? Alright. Let's go back to our regularly scheduled content. What do we think, guys?
You know, extra health never hurts.
What do we think? Okay, okay. Oh, oh, I don't know how you did. Oh, never mind, you died. Okay, so they have a dinosaur, strange, strat pool, Luna, squirrel, and cyclops.
Still got some fight left in me.
Sabo, bro. Are you swapping? What are you doing? You moving? What are you doing, bro? I'm mogging you on cap right now, 13 and 0. Oh shit, bro. Damn. Okay, okay, you got that one. Oh, Star-Lord, bro. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, they got a portal. It's not over. They have a chance. Damn, the portal disappeared. That's so fucking jokes, bro. Okay, okay. I mean, Groot's dead. That's a big one. Okay, Star-Lord's dead. That's a big one. Rocket can die. That's another big one. He can die. I said he can die. Oh shit, he's still alive. Cap. Holy, bro. Okay, okay. Hold on, hold on. Motion detected.
Good job, team. The area is ours.
Motion has been detected. They might be able to turn this game around. But you know what they say, everybody gangster until the rocket ult gets popped.
That should make a difference.
There is the rocket ult. And there is everybody not being gangsta. We cannot heal that. Oh, oh, oh. Go to your Deadpool, bro. Go to your Deadpool. Oh, you don't have hops, bro. This isn't Minecraft parkour, bro. This ain't no Minecraft parkour, bro. Break that fucking thing on the left, bro. Bro, you saw it, bro. There's no way you didn't see that, bro. Bro, kill this Cyclops. I mean the Captain America, bro. Holy. Oh no. Oh no, sir. It's so over. You cooked. You cooked, my guy. That's a rough one. That's so tough. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. You tried. Gotta let him know. Gotta let him know. You tried. Cause of you, fucker. Don't let me spectate nothing. I'm gearing up still. My tank scapegoated me. Motion was detected, but unfortunately, the face was round one. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Essay typing? Can you read that? This is probably when he was typing. This is like a flashback of shit.
30 seconds before you attack.
An ad break is starting soon. Yo, an ad break is starting soon. Just know that.
Unicorn, I choose you.
We got tank pool gameplay. 2-2-2. They got 3 DPS on the other team. They got a motherfucker named Spidey Thick. They got a motherfucker named Hip Muncher.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Alright.
I've been fighting cosmic menaces all my life.
What do you guys think?
Just another day on the job.
Place your bets.
You can't handle the juice. Just the idiots out there. Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff.
Okay, okay. You just missed all those.
You can't handle the juice.
Jesus Christ.
Mission area is yours.
That's definitely some of the aim of all time.
Mission area is yours.
Mine? Really? Does that mean I can start redecorating it now?
Shut it. The battle isn't over yet.
Rest in peace.
Ah,
Here we go again. What are you aiming at? Okay. Okay, okay, okay. 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 Bounce on it, bounce out of there. Oh, buddy. Buddy. That's not the play.
Thank goodness this book has pictures.
That's not the
Capture more
move.
than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff.
Control seized.
You win you with this bull.
Oh. Okay. I'm about to say somehow they're making zero progress, and they keep trying the same like staircase, even though they could just go the other way.
Glory is almost yours.
Like they could have done that. Yo, go, bro. What are you looking at the ground for? Am I the one tweaking, bro? Why did you do that? Fuck. Who's on the point? Nobody's even close. Okay. Yeah, do something. Okay, never mind. That was a rough one. Alright, while they do that, let's check in on our other correspondent in the field. Nakazu, how are you doing? Down one, up one? Let's see, okay. Combat gameplay, 18, 3, and 28. Nice, nice. Not as much healing. Okay, efficient shooter on that one. Rocket Raccoon. 3 and 12? How you die 12 times, bro? Shake my head. We got a little confident in his abilities on that one. Alright. Can I see what he's upgrading? No? I guess not. That would really help, actually.
Looks like the mission area is yours to have now.
But what are you looking at? Yeah, cook his ass. Okay. Oh, hell no. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, you're so cooked. It's so over on that one.
Mission area is yours.
That was rough.
Saw you sent us back to spawn?
That was real bad.
Weak.
Is Hip Muncher putting in work, apparently? Apparently they're all putting in work, actually. They only have like 2 deaths. Oh, that's the Yowzers on their part. Okay. We hit those headshots. We hit something, bro. Surely we hit something, bro. Anything at all? Okay. We're down a couple. We're not doing all that? Okay. We get the upgrade and we get the health back. Oh, brother. Yo, kill the fucking... Okay, yo. Bro, he's trying to kill your support, bro. Do something. Nice. Take the picture. Nice. Pop the alt. Oh, you should have popped the alt. Immediately should have popped alt on that one.
Gee, thanks, healing factor.
Vulnerable position.
Losers again.
Glory is almost yours.
Is it even possible to make a comeback here? I don't know, I'm skeptical. Oh, hell no.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Is real firepower.
Hmm. Okay. Well, that was a tough loss on their part. Can G go next? Is that the strategy for these guys? I mean, he only lost 11. Okay, let's just go into it. We run competitive gameplay now. Oh, okay. Sad Bunny. Prophet P. Sunshine Hefe. Cheese and candies. Cheese and candies. Bro, I forgot it was Diamond too. Oh.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Now, who am I gonna banish
Okay.
from this match?
DPS pool. Who are we gonna ban? We're gonna ban Groot. You wanna ban White Fox? Why? I mean, I guess. Sure. You wanna ban anybody now? You're gonna until it says 2 until I press this button. Okay. I guess everybody else said the same thing in their head. Okay. Okay. Good thing it wasn't Daredevil. So clearly you guys are gonna pick something. So I guess I'll just let you do your thing now. Straight doing my thing. Doing my thing. I guess we are banning Cyclops, and hopefully they ban a Gambit. Spider-Man. Interesting.
Pick your hero.
Why would they ban
I'm
Spider-Man?
not judging.
Fuck it, let me play Ultron. Give me a chance. Give me a chance to show my Ultron off. And come. No, that's not happening, is it? I'm gonna have to switch. I'm gonna have to switch so fast.
Biological life is obsolete. Embrace perfection.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
If my physical form is damaged during battle,
Alright, guys.
download my data into your armor.
And let you overwrite Spider's programming? Not a chance.
I wish no harm to any artificial life forms.
Maybe not. But when it comes to the battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Easy peek.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What has Victor gotten us into this time?
They don't know what's coming.
Powering up.
Oh, we don't know what's coming. Where the fuck did that guy come from? Okay, I don't know. I didn't know you're gonna be moving like that.
First to capture now.
You can count on me. I got
I didn't even know you could grid emote select until today.
Capture the mission area.
Honestly, I only have it because it was full. On the other shit, they're like, "Yo, turn it into a grid." I'm like, "Okay, yeah." guess.
Armor pads here. Pay up.
That's how we're moving.
You're welcome.
Powering up.
This wasn't gonna work with an Angela and a blade that can aim. Right, unfortunately.
Armor pads here. Hope I make the cut. You're ready for action.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
Can we not like die over there? That'd be great.
Armored up. Done. What's next? Do we even have a plan? You're welcome.
Oh hell no! Thank you.
What are y'all waiting for? You're ready for action.
Can we kill Angela? Thank you.
Just in time.
Armor pads here.
Is that greedy?
I am ready
Might be a little
to run the
greedy.
show.
This is real firepower.
Oh hell no! Oh hell yeah! What the fuck? What just happened? I don't even know what just happened.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I'm just dying.
This place is pretty good luck.
I'll patch you up.
Oh hell no! Fuck. That sucks. We don't even really have anybody that can get him very well.
Almost yours.
I guess Deadpool and Magic if she dashes to it.
This is a nice spot.
The best we got. Are they lagging? Or are they just moving weirdly? I think it might be the first one. Oh? Okay, it was the second one. It was the second one.
Can't beat a thick coat of fur.
Can we kill that guy? Can we kill this guy?
You're welcome.
Die, bro. Holy moly. Go. Go. Go, Rocket. Hit it with the good round. Oops.
Some of my best friends are crooks and villains.
So Mobile Rivals, great game. Everybody's playing it. My mom knows about it. My dad, he's kind of interested, not really. But Vanessa, what
This is a nice spot.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Alright.
Well, if it isn't the Queen of Limbo, want to see how low I can go?
With you, Reed, I'm pretty sure there is no bottom.
You really see me?
If you have me.
Thanks for the offer.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Well, okay. What the? Hey, nobody told me they're experimenting on living beings.
Alright.
Here's the signal. Good to
You're
go.
welcome.
Powering up.
Anyone willing to help?
I'll die the next like 2 seconds.
Armor pads here.
Okay.
Pay up.
Thanks.
Okay, okay.
Hope I make the cut.
I hope you make the cut as well. I'm not even trying to see all that, bro. I'm not even trying to hear all that, bro.
Mission area is yours.
Who did we lose? Dang? Yeah, he's too far for the beacon on that one. It's looking dangerous. I'll pop the ultimate.
Feeling fantastic.
Holy, holy.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. You're ready for action. Yo, Rocket needs some healing here. Ping the bad guy. Oh, yeah, baby. You're welcome.
He's captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
That's me.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh shit.
This is a nice spot.
That's not where I wanted to put it.
Well, okay.
They did. Oh, you still got me 30 seconds on that one?
Somebody make the cut. Go now.
Glory's almost done.
Just start beaming. Just start beaming, bro. Rules of the day, just start beaming. Ah, it starts soon. Good job, guys.
Another epic victory. Big win.
25. Nice. Let's go. Let's see my highlight. Goat highlight.
I am ready to put on a show.
This is a nice spot.
When this was end of game.
A shield?
Wow.
Well, okay. Ow! That fucking hurt! You're welcome. My good deed for the day.
Didn't really do much. Yeah, just play that shit, bro. Break up Celestial. We're working on it. We're working on it. We're working on it. We are in fact working on it. Okay, same game as the last one. Same game as the last one. Damn, my game ended faster than both their games. How long was my game? 6 minutes. Okay, yeah. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. My game lasted longer than, I mean, their games lasted longer than mine. And now we in the lobbies with Diamond Ones. More
Which hero do you think
more
you
so,
might be
I
today?
guess.
I am beyond.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
I only got 2, buddy. I'm sorry.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Sure, you can ban Phoenix. They banned Gambit. We should moving up in the world. We're going to Celestial. Or are we just getting a back to Grandmaster first? I think. I think that's what we need to do is get back to Grandmaster. They banned Rocket? Damn. Damn. They banned my Rocket Raccoon. Why? I mean, I guess I could tank. Nobody really wants an Ultron, huh? Nobody really wants an
Pick your hero
Ultron.
or villain. I'm I'm not judging.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Open your eyes.
Okay.
Reality is but an
I'm still in
illusion.
plat. I'm a gold player, hard stuck in silver. Hard stuck silver and bronze. Weren't you in diamond like last week, bro? Weren't you in diamond last week and then lost it all?
All those crises I quietly put out, you have no idea.
Triple support, no more. Okay, you know what?
30 seconds before you attack.
Fuck it, I'm rocking
Get
with it.
ready.
Anything is possible in domination. If I die, I'm blaming my whole team. If I miss, I'm blaming my internet.
Reed says the world
So,
countless
I was
times
waiting.
each week. Almost as often
Can I
as
tell you
some fail to
something?
conquer it.
You guys role playing?
Not yet. But
That
you
is the
don't know
ugliest
that
fucking dress I've
action.
ever seen in my life.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The
Bro, that was
Sanctum
so
Sanctorum is
mean.
my refuge, my fortress.
Ew.
Too relaxed with others?
Bro, I'm scared.
Yeah, fair enough. You just, you know, you gotta like deafen or something and just pretend like it's
I am strengthened.
What's up?
They have an Ultron? Yo, you no way, dude.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I wanted to be an Ultron. They have a magic too? Oh shit.
Ionic magic!
Bro, what the fuck is happening? Holy shit. Holy shit, bro. No. 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 No.
Unseen assist!
No. 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 Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
Ionic magic! I must be healed.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Where the fuck did you do that at? Somebody kill this motherfucker, bro. Oh my god.
Ionic magic!
No way. Fucking long ass reload time. I hate that shit, bro. What? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
An unseen assist!
Us against the world.
No. Fuck. 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 I thought I could jump over that whole thing.
Your team's capture has passed the halfway
Y'all, we need more damage.
Jeff, do you think you can swap?
Why do they
I
sound
can
like
go fucking
that?
egg after all. I don't think Luna's working.
Because they got like 2 damage boosts. Like, she's literally one-shotting me.
Bro. We have to be able to kill Ultron, bro. Oh, I shouldn't have pressed that button.
nice deep freeze.
Happy dream, bro. Thanks, bro.
Let's move up. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta reload your magic. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Oh my
I don't know
god.
what to tell you, bro. Okay.
We need more. Can you get a kill too? Like, what's going on?
Okay, guys.
Oh no. Oh no. Can we switch it up? Can we switch it up, please?
We have to kill Ultron.
Sorcerer Supreme, I oversee other magical events.
If we don't kill Ultron, it's over, bro. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean go Ultron. That's the solution.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Curious. Your metal shell does not bend to my.
I mean, like, I just hope you lock in right here.
These are non-magnetic strategic design choice.
A step
Angry red M&M.
Magic.
It's not no more.
Who is it?
Fuck this ugly skin. I feel so bad for you.
2, 1.
Girl, get out my face.
All you need to do is
It's the strange unpocketing and not doing.
Oh, I'm so dead.
It's the magic not doing anything.
What are
Bro,
you
I can't do
talking
anything
about?
if the strange has 3 supports on him.
I'm confused. How is it not the name or who's 0 and 5?
But it's you. Oh my god.
Y'all know y'all can attack me into sleep, right?
looks like the mission area.
Bro, this is crazy. I don't know what you want from me, bro.
The sorcerer's
I genuinely don't know what to say right now.
They captured the mission area.
Okay. Somehow we got the point.
I'm like right in front of y'all.
So can we not Ultron because of the fact they have 3 support and damage?
Oh my god, I don't get it. I don't get it. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Bro. Why did my whole team just back up?
I underestimated you, Iliana. Who is supreme now?
Like, bro.
hands are shaking again.
What?
Focus.
If you're gonna back up, you gotta tell me these kinds of things. I'm genuinely perplexed.
Good medicine.
Behold, that child!
Okay. Can you handle that? No? Team? Team? Push up, move forward. Push up, move forward.
Us against the world.
Okay.
Their team's captured.
Please hit that. Please hit that. Oh, he didn't hit that. Oh, brother. Oh my god.
We are undefeatable.
Holy fuck, bro.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Who did you hit? Oh my god. Feel my cooking. Feel my cooking. Kill someone, bro, please.
By the eye of Agamotto.
No. Kill Cloak and Dagger. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
So does this team just like not know how to stick together or something? Because y'all are all over the
Supreme
map.
returns. I'm opening a portal.
Brother, I've only been on the point and the point only.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Girl, like you have not done a single thing. Like I don't understand.
Holy fuck, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, please. Bro, please.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ. I'm done. Let the 1 in 5 strange cook, bro? Bro, how is this my fault?
By
GG's, man.
Yeah, strange. Well, actually, almost our entire team could avoid with Dice Magic.
How is this my fault, bro?
To win 'em all.
Genuinely, how is this my fault? Animated Mantis is peak. Magic Diff. Yeah, it's not looking good, bro. It's like, I don't know what to say, man. So what was their magic doing that our magic wasn't doing? Avoid your strange. Bro, what? Go fuck yourself, bro. Absolutely go fuck yourself. You're so mad. Oh, have your thumbs ups. Estimated queue time is 3 minutes, bro. What are you talking about? Kakuzu called it a day. Did he lose? He definitely lost. I hope these guys are on my team again. It'd be so funny. Unfortunately not. Magic is ass, animated lord for nothing. Yeah, they weren't really like doing good enough to be talking that much shit, I don't think.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
But hey, what can you do?
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Only so much you can do.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Alright, you can ban whoever you want. I feel like I should have looked at the other guy's motherfucking careers, bro. To see if it was valid shit talking or not. All right. Phoenix, Gambit, Venom, and a Bucky. Who will be banned next? Place your... Looks like the other team might know Jelk Nation. Who the fuck is Jelk Nation, bro? Our Winter Soldier?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Sure. This is the team. Anything is possible in domination. Why Bucky? I don't know. Maybe they do know Jelk Nation, bro. Maybe he's known around these parts. Jelk Nation got motion, bro. Ad break is starting soon.
We guard the galaxy, sure. But sometimes we take stuff other people.
Alright, we got the Hulk, we got a Strange, we got the triple support demons on lock.
Get ready.
And I believe in us. I believe in us.
Remarkable. A lot has changed since the Defenders' days, Doc.
Indeed.
If I'd known there was gonna be a party, I would have gotten groomed first.
Okay. Yo, last game I should have just played Thor, I think. Yo, Loki.
3,
High
2,
key.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Did not mean to do that.
Things up and make our opponents disappear.
This is a nice spot.
They portal behind us, bro. What the fuck? What kind of plan is that? What kind of plan is that? Oh, they have a Thor? Oh shit. I run now. I run now. I run now. I run back up now. I take the health pack now. Strange, you live. 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 Oh, I don't live. 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 Jesus Christ, I live. Thor's annoying as fuck. I lose so many matches just because that motherfucker in the other team I can't fight him. Yeah, he's annoying if he's good, and this team like supports him. Oh, this guy's an animated Thor. Okay, he's lucky I didn't have to stun him, bro.
We'll go first when we need it.
Okay.
Your hold space.
You're ready for action. That should make a difference.
Now I see them.
This is a nice spot.
That's much better.
Okay, just may had to check on my beacon real quick.
You're welcome.
I don't fear pain.
My good deed for the
Holy fuck, Yante. I can't save everybody. I can't save everybody. No, strange.
Ben would get jealous.
Okay.
I'll patch you up.
Okay. Okay.
Armored up.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
You've captured more than half of the mission area.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay. Damn, that warning is. That was didn't even know what happened.
You're welcome.
Totally forgot about that shit.
Someone scratch my back. This is real firepower. Good medicine. I'll patch you up.
Nice. Nice. Good shit.
Cloak will go next.
The area's almost yours.
I don't think we need it.
I think portal's coming.
They put out the beat it around.
I'll patch you up.
Oh. Oh.
Judge,
Oh.
Cloak.
He dead.
by the
He dead.
You're welcome.
We up. Let's go. Let's go. Good job, guys.
Some of my
We
best
did it.
friends are
We
crooks
did
and
it. We
villains.
did it.
Armor patch here. Pay up.
And clearly, Rocket is the better pick. My strange.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Doctor Strange, wow.
We're in this together, Tandy.
Doctor Strange.
Out of your eyes and let us fight.
Huh, all business.
The fate of many worlds is at stake. It is a mighty quest.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good job, Jelk Nation.
Capture the
I didn't mean to
mission
press
area.
that.
Got it?
What are they like? These other worlds where I do not exist.
Armor patch here. Pay up. I'll patch you up.
Oh, bro, I don't even know where the fuck. There we go.
Thanks for the boost.
I am ready to put on a show.
You're welcome.
Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh, thank you. Save my life. No reload time, bro. Oh shit, oh shit. That's dangerous. What are you guys fighting? Just a Thor? There's like 4 of you, bro. Can't be that shifty. I promise you he's not that shifty, bro. Where the fuck are you going, bro? Don't make me DPS Rocket over here, bro.
Rocket goes first when we need it.
You're welcome.
Fuck it.
This is real firepower. This is real firepower.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Be careful here.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Look at this fucking head, bro. His big ass noggin.
I'll patch you up. My good
Alright.
for the day. Follow the enemy.
That's greedy. That's so greedy.
Cloak goes next.
Armor patch here. Pay up.
I feel like I'm being watched.
They're portaling? No, they don't have a portal. They just went the other way?
Victory is almost yours.
Who would have thought that? Who would have thought that? Oh shit. Finally good comms? Yeah, finally a good team.
What are these weird keyhole things?
Oh, you saved my life.
Going to overtime.
Can I aim? Can I aim? Holy, oh my god. Jesus Christ. No, not the portal. Not the portal. Oh shit. Thank you for the bubble. I don't have mine yet. I don't have mine. No, thank you.
I am ready to put on a show.
No, I didn't have it. I didn't have it. Fuck. That was so close. That was my first death too. Damn. Almost did a flawless victory on them, bro.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. You're ready for action.
Damn. Damn. Hit him with the GGs. Triple support all game is crazy. Are you new to DPS? 0 and 10 is kind of crazy. Holy, bro. 2 of them went 0 and 10? Okay, that's actually tough. WKD ratio. Yeah. I'm the only one who has a forward walk button. Christ alive. All that to get the same finals as the Rocket. Holy. That's a rough one, buddy. Diamond not real, bro? Absolutely not. Sabojin still out here? He's a trooper, man. He's a trooper. Okay. Get me out of this godforsaken rank. Who leveled up? Okay, I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know that it was Rocket. In the trenches of silver? Yeah, he's deep in it, bro. Unfortunately. Oh, Grandmaster 3 on our team. Yo, chill. Oh, it's Mr. Dingleberry. Yo, what's up, bro?
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Go? Who go? Who goat? Get a crazy rank up game? Yeah, for sure, bro. Or he's boosting. Ban Penny, ban Groot. Trying to ban Emma. Low-key. I should have went to the washroom. Oh well. We'll figure it out. No tanks allowed. You gonna ban the dinosaur next? They banned Thing. They banned Thing. They must have like a Black Panther or something. Penny and Thing? Yeah, they dive in for sure, bro. And no cleanse? 4 whole tanks. Yeah. That's like half the list, bro. Yeah.
Round 1, go!
My brother Loki imperils not just Asgard, but all the realms.
30 seconds
And the
before
free
your
team
attack.
fight
Get
win
ready.
Q button, guys. We'll see what they pick.
So you just wait for jacked up hands of yours around here.
Okay. Okay. Let's do it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm scared.
Looks like we've got ourselves a
Hey, strange Deadpool. Rogue. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck just happened to my health bar? I got cooked. I got cooked. Am I ass? Am I out of practice or am I just ass? Oh bruh. Oh bruh. Bro, how are they doing so much damage? Someone died. Okay, we got the shields up on that. Deadpool's dead again. Okay. Cyclops has dangerous maneuvers.
Keep going.
Get portaled? Oh shit.
By the eye of Agamotto, behold the god of thunder!
Oh damn! I'm gonna die here though. I tried.
To battle again!
This is Deadpool off. This is Strange off. This is a White Fox off. This is Cyclops off.
Awaken the rage of battle!
Get that vehicle moving again.
Slow down! Awaken the rage of
No, you don't take my shit, bro. Not the fucking rock at all, man. Oh, bro. Oh, bro. That's not good. We need Phoenix? Why the fuck would we need a Phoenix, bro? We need someone to, like, do more. Anybody, actually. Just need somebody to do more.
Not bad.
White box dead. Range dead. Don't lose the fucking point, I swear to God. Oh my God. Okay. 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 It's not over. It's not over. Oh fuck! You dodged my shit, bro. Oh hell no! That still got me? No way. Damn. Damn. Phoenix, bro, please.
I am Thor, Odinson, god of thunder.
Looks like we've got ourselves a party.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Awaken the rage of battle.
Bro, what?
Twas but a scratch. My power grows.
Only 60 seconds left.
Somebody heal me, bro, please.
Awaken the rage of battle.
That one back. That one back.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Gotta do everything around here.
Behold the god of thunder.
Okay. Well, I don't know if all of that was necessary. Fuck. Can we portal? Can we portal? No.
The current score is 1, 2,
Okay.
0.
All things considered,
Time to switch things up.
could be worse.
Which side you're on.
Could be worse.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
It is winnable. Swap with me anyone better on this character?
Round 2.
What?
Guardians never shrink
What?
from battles or feasts.
Storm? I love Storm, but okay, there we go.
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
If your name is White Fox, then why is your spy organization called Intermission?
Long before I was named its director, my criminal powers are entirely unrelated.
Okay, but
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Alright.
This battle would already be
Oh, brother. Give me the health back, give me the health back, give me the health back. We backing up, we backing up. You have that already, bro? Oh, I'm dead. Sorry, I got way too in there. Thinking I could kill the Deadpool. Bro, how are they walking this even more than they? Oh, they're on triple. That's why. Okay.
Better stop that vehicle.
hope I make the cut!
There's still a chance to stop them.
I can't heal you.
Why not? Why not?
The lightning of Asgard returns.
Whoa, we got it? Oh, we didn't get it.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh no. Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
The lightning of Asgard returns.
Do we have a plan?
We must away.
Ready to strike.
Battle fury burns.
Better stop that vehicle.
Rocket is just chilling over there. Get in the back. Get in the bubble.
Slow down.
Shields up.
How did I miss that white box, bro? What? Oh, bro.
Behold the god of thunder.
Didn't hit anybody? Oh, yeah, I'm ass. Oh, we're on triple now. Fuck. I was gonna switch. I wanted to switch.
To battle again.
Final score. 1,
Damn.
2, 2. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Unfortunate GG's. Minus 18. Yeah. White Fox stealing MVP again. I mean, 14,000 damage, 16,000 damage block, 22,000 healed. It's not unrespectable. Did he win? He won 28, bro. He's still in silver too, bro. It's been what, like 12 games? Like 10 games. Are you going next? Or did you go next? Are you in Diamond 1? Oh shit. No? Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough in there. This is depressing to look at. We don't even have to look at that. We're gonna stop looking at that. Oh, he's offline? Yeah, can you spectate this game? Alright. Watch this gameplay while I go to the washroom.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Almost there. Don't turn back now. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Armed and dangerous again!
You're halfway there. Keep going. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Is this outsourced gameplay good? Oh, clutch moments, clutch moments. I think we know what's about to happen there. Oh, it's still going. It's actually hard to believe. Come on, just give me a good 25. I'm back in Diamond 1. Come on. I know you want to. I know they want to give me more. Bro, it's been 26 seconds, man. I'm getting very impatient. Level 37. Damn. What is that? Is that a cat?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Who are we gonna banish from this match? We have 3 DPS. We're gonna ban Hawkeye. And they're gonna ban Cyclops. Well. Mad Moon gets 25. Wait, what? There's 25,500 free units. What are you talking about? What is you talking about? If they don't play him, we're good. If they do, he's good, we're cooked. Yo, kill these seats. What are you talking about? Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, that's not happening, bro. I think you would probably like spend more money in electricity than it would have taken just to buy
You'll need a top-notch team to win
that many
this one.
units, bro. Holy target bans? Who did they target ban? You thought Gambit was gonna survive the ban phase, bro? Oh, hella Namor team up if you want to run that. 7. I can strange mag thing. You want to heal instead? I can play flex, whatever we need.
Like me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Do we need another tank? I'm not loyal on any of the tanks, but I play them okay. Amy, do you play any other than Emma? Seems unresponsive. Who the fuck is Cammy, bro? Oh, or Emma?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Alright, we locked in.
I'll patch you up. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. You're welcome. How refreshing. My good deed for the day. That fucking hurt. I'll patch you up. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Okay. That was easier than initially expected. Did you kill him? Is it time to press left click now? You guys didn't kill Iron Fist, you just let him live? What? Yo, kill this guy, bro. Bro, there's actually no way you can. These boys are trolling me, bro. They must be.
I am ready to put on a show.
How are you co-op timing over there, bro? They're gonna get the point. Okay. Okay, never mind. I'm panicking. I'm panicking for no reason. Can't stand on that? No, this though. Is this a spot? Hold on. No, he's gonna hit me with that. Holy moly. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I don't have all the capabilities to help you in this situation, guys. Okay. Okay. Emma. Okay.
Armor patch here. Pay up.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Okay, you know what? I'm not pressed about it. We got 3 minutes. Okay. Okay, 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 okay.
Armor pads here. Pay up.
Disappear!
Armed and
By the eye of Agamotto.
No way that hit me, bro. There's actually no way. Like, there's genuinely no way. Jump up the wall! Alt! I died. That was so close. I swear it was so close. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not as close as I thought.
gonna make it easy.
We have to play for COD basically. We gotta have to push it as much as we can.
Okay.
Is that vehicle moving again?
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Captain America run your pockets? Yeah, he do. He can do this all day as well.
This is real firepower.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I shouldn't have put it there. I don't know why I put it there.
Pull your like ultimate behind the wall or something.
Sorry, I panicked. I was about to die. I don't blame this.
Only 60 seconds left.
Armor pads here. Pay up. You're ready for action. Oh man, I gotta make another beacon.
God dang it.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, fuck, bro. 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 Please. 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 Okay.
This is real firepower.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Walk him down rocket didn't work as planned. It was a peak spot with the DC division, but I saw it. Listen, honestly, yo. Thank you. Fuck, 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 fuck.
By the eye of
I'm so cooked. Oh, I'm in the bubble. No, I'm dead anyways.
By the eye.
Is it over? It's not over. Hulk is still alive. Hulk is still alive. Hope is not lost. Fuck.
Yeah, guys, Iron Fist will do whatever he wants.
Score is
Okay. Okay.
0.
Damn.
Time to switch things up, including which side.
All right. I'll let the market decide.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
We're in defense now. Okay, I guess I'm staying rocket then. Why is bro trying to surrender? The fuck?
Alright, let's just stay 3 sub, it's fine.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Bro, how is this my
Yeah,
fault?
It's fine.
It's fine, just stay rocket, it's fine. We have like 3 sub right now. Just make sure to use like your ult like behind a wall or something.
Bro, it was one time and you guys fuck. Alright, bro. I don't understand. Genuinely? Y'all did not see the vision.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Is this where we're waiting?
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Okay. Roxy, get on Mecha Chameleon. Bro, get on my fucking team. Okay, well, this is about to go as horribly as I think it is. Sorry, I have to sacrifice that one because it 30 seconds is crazy though. These guys are bullying Mad Moon? Yeah, bro. You put one ult in like a semi-inconvenient spot and they talking about, do you play literally anybody else, bro? Oh shit. Oh brother. Oh brother. Okay. Okay. Wow. Alright, let's see. DPS, who do they have on their team? Alright, I'll go Moon Knight, I guess. Sure. Where the fuck is this portal, bro? Bro, what the fuck was that? What was that portal? I still died. They're gonna be real upset when they realize they made their best support switch off to the fucking...
Watch over me.
Switch off. Okay. You know what? It is what it is. I'm not even gonna be mad about it. It's not over. It's not over. Why did the C&D ult? I don't know. Is the C&D the one in the chat that was just talking some bullshit, or was that the stream? Okay. 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 No! Yeah. The C&D did try to surrender. Who just said that, oh yeah, that was the... Yo, what the fuck? Who are you, yo, what the fucking? Yeah, this Strange? Now we blaming the Strange, bro? Invis?
Love battlefield medicine. On your toes, here they come.
Alright, well. Invis rocket will work? Who are you talking about, bro? Bro, there was 3 seconds left. Alright. GG's, man. Absolutely GG's. Let's see this. Let's see the scoreboard.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
$10 and 9. That's great, man. Either C and D invis or C and D invis a white fox is what we needed. My team's. You know what? I'm not even worried about it. Just thumbs up and go next, bro. Just thumbs up and go next. Yeah, 19 final hits, 43 and 4, bro. This guy's just eating everything, bro. And their cap was annoying as fuck. And their Iron Fist played like 6 people, but he was still annoying every time, I guess. I don't know, man. Oh, Cammy K, let's go. Wow, we're back. Oh, okay. And Cape Egg on the other team this time, actually. Wow. Wow. We split the roster. Was Cammy K talking shit to me? No, I'll say no. I guess not. I don't know which one of these people was on the team before, I don't remember. Was it just those two? That looks like it. That motherfucker's unreal. Unfortunately, he is real and he was on the other team. Okay, everything's up from here, right, guys? Right, guys? Double ban on Gambit? Why'd they ban Mr. Fantastic, bro? I did not know Mr. Fantastic was... Is there like a target ban? On Daddy Ace, bro? They don't like Daddy Ace? I don't like that name. Why is he named that? They don't want him to hump people? Fair enough.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Bro said, damn. That's rough. Probably too many back shots. What constitutes too many back shots? Actually, don't answer that question. It's a matter of perspective, I believe.
Round one. Count on me. I got a plan.
The hunt is on.
Is this guy gonna be mad that I'm rocket again?
Stay strong.
I don't know if he was mad at my rocket, but
Point, like I'm gonna just sit on it to waste time.
okay.
They're never gonna see me.
The battle starts
Y'all
in
got me
5,
regular?
4, 3,
Oh yeah, Rocket, I see that.
1.
I got you, bro. I got you, bro.
Vehicle in its tracks.
I'll patch you up.
Oh my god, no more, bro. No more backline? Somebody, please. This guy got me in like a 1-2 little combo. That was crazy effective, bro. We're up, row Raggy. Why is there no more doing a lot, bro? I don't like that. He's doing a lot. Well, that's not good. How did you break that? What angle do you have on me, bro? Jesus Christ, I can't heal you fast enough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Holy fuck. Oh, brother. Okay.
That's obviously not gonna work.
Rockets launching
Oh,
again.
we're gonna lose the dive.
That vehicle. There's still a chance to stop them.
Yeah.
We should all go melee. We can't deal with this.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be
This is
the time to
crazy,
stop
bro.
them.
This is crazy. Was Cap throwing last match? Cause the fuck, I don't know, bro. What the fuck is happening? He's talking mad shit too, bro. I can't help you if you get hit by that. Oh, maybe I can. Did you just parry my healing, bro? No, I don't have a dash. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Fuck. Did I not have a dash, or could I just... What just happened, bro? I swear I had the dash. Did I just not press it fast enough? Like, what? Am I missing something? He broke it? Bro, what? What? No more all stops, all movement abilities? Bro, I swear I could still dash. I'm so cooked, bro. I'm so cooked, bro. They probably ate it or something. It only hit. What is this? It only ate it. Okay. Everybody's dying. Everybody's dying.
Run.
This is real firepower.
Thing, you're the goat. Thing, I don't know how you survived that, but you're the goat.
You got it, boss. Not let my thing die. No, I cannot C&D phase out no matter what. But like, how far into the process of his ult does that happen, you know? Like, cause when you see it on the ground, I feel like there's still a little bit of time before you actually get the fucking debuff. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. I ran the wrong way. Am I selling? I might be selling.
Oh, I'm not gonna make it easy.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Get out of here. What are y'all waiting for?
Okay, I'm locking in now. He can phase his magic and his ult. It's just fine. It's how I dodge.
This is a nice spot. I'll patch you up.
I was fine.
Yeah, I gotta stop going too far up, bro.
Follow the enemy.
No more behind us.
Be careful here.
Look who's here.
Bro, please, bro, please, bro, please, bro, please. Bro, please. No. No. I'm trying so hard, bro. Please. We can do this. We can do this. I believe in everybody on our team. I'm gonna play as careful as possible. Somebody please touch the point. Please. Please. Please touch. 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 No.
The current score is
Damn.
0-2.
I don't feel like Moon Knight's an answer
Time to
to
switch
anti-dive
things up,
like that.
including which side you're on.
Fuck, bro.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
We're gonna lose this, so you should play the character you're best at.
All right.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest
No, we're losing because of Daredevil.
I am Asgardian, but I feel
It's winnable, man. Is it though?
Dear brother, how have you fared since your banishment?
No, you're good. It's fine.
30 seconds before you attack.
Bro, the Namor is literally just walking up behind us, like nuking my beacon, nuking me, and then like ulting on our whole team, bro. Make the enemy team rage quit.
What a sad way to see the world.
With the power
The battle starts in 5,
of that man.
4, 3, 2.
I'm gonna cry, let me win.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Y'all leaving Cammy to solo heal? We need another support. Okay, so we needed another healer, and what we got was an Angela. Okay, I guess, sure. I'm playing like ass right now, though, I can't lie. Let me take this fucking animated icon off the way that I'm moving right now. Ay, caramba. Why do we have 3 tanks? We need a second support.
I am Thor Odinson, god of thunder.
We have 4 tanks?
Press yes. You'll have a better game next.
What the fuck do we mean we have 4 tanks?
Press no. That's not it. Just vote to surrender and you can go to a better game.
Bro, what?
You don't need to sit in this. This is silly.
Bro, what?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Bro said TikTok? Bro, ain't nobody, bro. What? Bro, what? Bro's on TikTok live? Oh my god. DT is TikTok? What the fuck? Bro. There's no way. What's his TikTok? King Kenny? Fuck, pressed the wrong button. Don't worry, I'm about to find King Kenny right now.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
This guy's not even live, bro. He's got 38 followers. No, he's got 113 followers. He's following 13 people or 38 people.
Now, who am I gonna banish?
113. I don't know if you heard me. 113. I don't even think you can stream on TikTok with that many. I think you need like 1,000, don't you, to stream on TikTok? Cammy on my team again, bro? That's so funny. Is that dumb? I mean, bots, bro. Yeah, they got Roxas on their team. Was this Kingdom Hearts? You can bypass that now for pretty sure. Oh, okay. There's a fly in my room, I think. I don't know what that was. I don't know what kind of insect that was. Okay, Gambit, Cyclops, Penny, Daredevil, and Dinosaur.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Bro, they said play the character you're best at. I went tank. I thought, you know, maybe, you know. I can't keep playing Rocket, bro. Like, this is... Alright, fuck it. Well, I'll keep playing Rocket. Mr. Fantastic, just ready up, bro, please. I need my team up. Ultron? I don't know, man. People get mad when you play Ultron. But people get mad when they play Rocket, too, apparently. I don't know. Like, on paper, this is a great team, you know?
Before you attack, get ready.
2 team-ups. White Fox. I don't know if I'm white. I don't know if my White Fox is good enough for comp.
That's too awesome.
I feel like I'm not as attentive as I need to be. It's not. You can stream on TikTok if you change your account type to business, lol. Okay, I guess that's a strategy.
Oh, you guys got...
Brother.
You guys got sent to the Shadow Realm.
My bro said GG. You're gonna want that portal soon? That's good, that's good. That's a good one. Oh, for the oldest trick in the book? Genuinely, bro. In 2026, they still falling for the portal at the entrance of spawn trick. Whoever that is, bro, I can't see you. There's a whole building in the way. Wait, why you respawn beacon no work? You're in diamond? Cause they died too far away. In diamond? How long? Yeah. No more, bro. You're going a little bit too high when you do that. What did that break on? What the fuck? Was it too close to the wall? Bro, I can't even see this guy anymore. Where the fuck are you, bro? Bro? Bro. Doing too much. Doing too much, dog. Too close to the wall. Yeah. I didn't know the rocks were that they didn't have their own hitbox like that.
You're welcome. Feeling fantastic. Thank you. Those guys are about to...
It's dumb. Do all the Fantastic Four members say feeling fantastic? I feel like they do. I feel like I've heard multiple of them say that exact same line. Bro is in Narnia. No. Why is it always during my reload? Luna, counter that? Luna, counter that? Luna, counter that? Luna, counter that? Or not? Okay. What the fuck is magic, bro? Oh, hell no. Let's go, Jaundice Jacqueline. We'll get that checked out later. They all say it? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. That's cute. That's cute that they all say it. Not only they still had a team up. Even if they had like a different anchor, you know? Some motherfucking Fantastic Four.
Come back.
No, 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 no. I tried to ult. I tried to ult so badly. Ah. That's my fault. That's my bad. That's my bad, gang. Oh shit. I bet on the wrong individual. It's okay. It's my girl. It's my girl Cammy. It's family. They need it. Yeah. I'm not letting Cammy down a third time in a row.
You're welcome. That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
I'll patch you up. Team play. That's me.
Oh, Cammy.
Armor patch here.
This is your big chance.
But instead, Adam can fart because he's married to Storm IRL as the voice actors. You know, I'm not mad at the team up. I'm just like confused by it, but also like,
This is real firepower.
I mean, sure, give Adam like a little speed boost thing. It's not like anybody ever really gets to use it. You know? It's very situational. Like maybe like once at the beginning of the game you can use it, because like otherwise Adam's doing his own thing. No happy holidays, bro. Merry Christmas. Sorry. Instead of rivals lore team ups, we get VA team ups. Yeah, that's kind of whack. We don't have a Black Panther Storm team up. We barely get any representation. We didn't fucking swimsuits or disco skins, bro. Come on, man. They don't like black people. I want to say Cammy, we winning this one so badly, but I don't want to jinx it. I'm gonna pre-type it. I'm gonna pre-type it. I'm gonna pre-type it, but then Storm needs a summer skin. She would look so good. Storm needs a summer skin. Storm needs a disco skin. Storm needs a X-Men suit skin that for some reason she doesn't have, even though she's like the fucking leader of the X-Men, bro. She's like the goat, goddess. I don't understand. That's not where I meant to put that. Go in the smoke. We need the Fantastic Four team up with a different anchor, like maybe Thing or Johnny. If they give Johnny like the team up, maybe instead of like a shield, they could give like a fire damage if you do like a melee attack, like thorns on like Minecraft armor type shit, or just like damage reduction like Thing, or you know, who knows? The possibilities are really like endless. With the in-game lore, they could just cook up whatever. Even though the actual leader just dropped. Yeah, Cyclops. I mean, yeah, Cyclops is like a front line, but you know, at least the Guardians have a team up though. Well, kind of. I mean, Groot and Rocket, like they've had their team up since the beginning of the game. And Rocket and Star-Lord have their team up. And Mantis and Groot have a team up. But Mantis and Warlock and Star-Lord team up is gone. I don't think anybody even uses the Rocket like shoulder team up. Like that's so like rare to see. And the Dinosaur Punisher team up is actually like just as like useless, really. It's like Moon Knight, Phoenix, or Cyclops farm. You gotta like ban all three if you don't want to get cooked by that. It's more Jeff on the shoulder, but even then, yeah. Because at least like Rocket, you can like I don't know. Even against those characters, you need to be positioned in like the back line. It's not advantageous to be on the tank. Oh, yeah. Sorry, that was a little preemptive on my part. No way he hit me, bro. I thought it was above the thing, bro. What is the geometry of that, bro? Oh, I wasn't in line of sight. Fuck. Yeah, I really thought I was. I really thought I was. That's on me. That's on me. That's my fault. That's my fault. Yo, ad break, real quick. Ad break.
Only 60 seconds left.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. I'll patch you up.
Who's that? Spider-Man?
Thanks for the boost. Down to 30 seconds.
You're ready for action.
Oh shit. Oh shit, my aim. No. 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 No, everybody's dying. They portaled? We portaled. Oh, we portaled. We portaled. We portaled. Don't lose the load. Don't lose the load. Please don't lose the load. Don't lose that load. Strange, don't lose that load. No. It's a good thing I didn't send that message, huh?
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Fuck. Fuck. We were so close. It's okay, they got 2 minutes only. Only.
Better stop that vehicle.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Bro, who the fuck is getting cooked, bro? Bro. Where the fuck? Yo, chill. Chill, 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 chill. Chill, 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 chill. Oh, Luna. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying. I'm sorry. Take the health pack, Thor. Take the health pack, Thor. Thor, you didn't take the fucking health pack, you idiot. Oh my god.
Things are gonna be different this time.
Bro, everybody's dying. I can't. I'm not even there yet, bro. Chill, 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 chill. Jaundice, Jacqueline.
Only 60 seconds left. I was worried.
60 seconds. I can out heal that.
This is real firepower.
Too worried about nothing, bro. You too worried about nothing, bro. You should be running. Where's the beacon? Beacon's pretty far. No! Fuck. Fuck. I should have seen that one coming.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Don't let him get it back. 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 Please, 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 please. Whoever's alive, I need you to live. Oh shit. We portal? Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
I am ready to put on a show.
This is a nice spot.
I need you to live. I need everybody to live. No. 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 Fantastic, please. Fantastic. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Bro, this music is so good, bro. Oh my god. Fuck.
This is real firepower.
Oh my god, GG.
Score 3, 2, 1.
GG. Didn't even get time to tell Cammy we winning this one for real, bro. Oh my god. Used to pray for times like this. All that for 22 little smackaroons, bro. Oh man. Oh man, that's so depressing. Is it time to fish? How did I miss that? Bro. Reaction speed not there. No, Cammy. Oh no, Jonas Jacqueline's on the other team. Fuck, bro. Fuck. That's not what I want to see. That's not what I want to see. Remember when they had... You know what? Remember... And we're not going to talk about when I was at like 94.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Just team div them? Okay. Okay.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I didn't want to have to fight Cammy, bro. I did not want to have to do it. Cyclops and Moon Knight? Okay. If only this was season 0 and we had the Cap Thor team up, bro. Only. Also, I realized I should have probably moved my fucking thing more to the middle, actual gaming position. Okay, we banned Phoenix. No, fucking Phoenix, Groot, No More, Gambit, Moon Knight, Cyclops. Okay. Okay, team. Why do Captain America and Black Cat have a team up again? Is there any reason for that exactly?
I am Asgardian, but I feel a deep kinship with the mortals of Earth.
Just say hi, Cammy.
30 seconds before you
Hi,
attack.
Cammy.
Get ready.
We've been the last 4 games together. That's like crazy.
Really? I didn't know you were a musician. I'm not. In my case, I was referring to the New York's most wanted list. I've been
Sup?
#1 for months. Good for you?
The battle starts in 5, 4.
I guess we're about to find out who the weak link is.
Awaken the rage of battle.
Ness is gone. Holy fucking mines, bro. Oh my god. Bro, that's not fair, man. You can do so many mines. I genuinely don't understand.
Oh, frozen. I'm dead. No, thank you.
My bad at the game. No.
Bucket I'll have.
Jesus Christ, bro. Psylocke, how are you? 0 and 0, everything.
Let these all just play out.
Again! Get that vehicle moving again!
Okay, here you go. Good shit.
Ness is gone.
Okay.
Emma dead.
Thank you.
I am ready to
Go
blow
on.
the show!
Where's Luna? Okay.
I saw her.
The god of thunder!
This is real firepower!
What?
No, you fucker. Ness is gone.
I'm dead. Again. Fucking live for. He's coming down.
Is that us? Oh, thank god.
I'm gonna ult when I come back.
Oh, let me fucking... Fuck, he's dead. And he's 1.
Probably by play. Got him.
Nice. At least they use 4 ults. Yeah, they use bare ults, bro. That was a crazy play.
I can ult this before they.
Only 60 seconds
I'm out.
left. The vehicle
Oh
reached the
gosh, my
checkpoint.
game, my game.
Keep up the momentum.
I ripped the nest.
Nice.
I'm ulting this and 3. Oh, there's one dead. Lucky's one.
Tank low. Oh fuck, Rocket's up there.
Get you in the cart. Thank you.
Rocket's dead.
Heal it up.
They have an Iron Man now.
They're for it.
The wrath of Asgard.
Iron Man's one shot. He went back.
My bad.
All good.
Oh, okay. My game key.
We must retreat.
I have no idea. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I know.
brother.
I found the rest beacon. I'm breaking it. I broke the rest. I have the rest.
I'm all killing him.
For the rocket back.
Thanks, Ed.
Oh, I'm over here. Got her.
Fortune has favored you, my feline friend.
Shit.
I am barely wounded.
Let's go.
Get your hurt. I'm not doing much. Oh, sorry, my game keeps.
Awaken the rage of battle.
I will target the pyramid. Beacon found. Can we burn that?
All gone.
Good job. Oh, get him. Okay, my cooldown's back a little bit.
I'm dead, sorry. You have no support.
Yeah, they pushed us the fuck back, bro.
I'm staggered.
To battle again. Battle fury burns.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, 95. Your beacon again? Good shit.
Beacon's
You
down.
have no beacon? I'm old. 3, 2, 1.
Same. That's... Oh, fuck. I'm dead.
Shoot.
It's okay. It's okay though. We have to use the portal, so we have one. We have it then. Just regroup. Okay, I can come back with that.
We decided Black Cat would be a secret flying character.
Oh.
The wrath of Asgard.
We have a Loki now.
We have a Loki now. How was the free kill? You should end it, man.
Only 60 seconds left.
Whoopsies. I went a little bit too deep.
The lightning of Asgard return. We must retreat.
Just regroup.
Down to 30 seconds.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm back. I'll hold when we get in.
If we can touch it, we need.
The wrath of Asgard.
Maximum pulse.
Careful.
Down.
Got him.
Okay, we need to hold it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Damn. I still died, bro.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
I'm opening a portal. A shortcut through space.
No way.
okay.
Damn. I died. Damn. Winnable? Winnable? Hold on. That's winnable.
2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
This is stressful.
And the mightiest Avenger.
What do we think?
I was exiled from Asgard as a youth. Now, I would lay down my life to save it.
They were on defense, right? Now we're on defense, so I think we can do better than them. Surely, right? Surely.
Stay strong.
Mjolnir can only be lifted by those who prove worthy. I fear you are not on that list.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
A terrifying
3,
proposition.
2, 1.
I pray to Odin that we triumph, so it will never come to pass.
I will block your third.
The wrath of Asgard. 'Twas but a scratch.
Better stop that vehicle.
A worthy foe. Slow down.
No way, 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 no way. Oh my god.
To battle again.
Better stop that vehicle.
There's no freaking way. Animated icon off? When did that happen? No, no, you motherfucker, bro.
Luna, do you play any other heroes?
I suppose that helps. How embarrassing.
They hit a checkpoint.
Oh, okay.
Good time to stop them.
Even for the Sorcerer Supreme.
It's not over.
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty.
Thanks for everything.
Nothing here. Suspicious. Enemy in front of us.
VP's coming the back line. Here. Dead. Got him. Oh shit, bro.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh my god. Oh my god, bro.
An unseen assist.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I'm getting my ass beat.
Double KO. They hit checkpoint. Now
This might be, this one might be my fault. Oh my god. Yeah.
The Sorcerer Supreme lives once more.
I think that we might need
Need to regroup.
more supports.
We have all 6 ultimates. Careful.
it's now or
I will ult the back line to. Well, in 3, 2, 1.
I am ready to
By the eye of Agamotto, I am strengthened.
Focus half. Valor.
Punish your turret. Please. Please.
Valor.
Nice.
Good shit.
Okay. Still have 3 more ults.
I don't know. They probably have ammo. They didn't know.
They have a Hawkeye now.
No more BP. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Hawkeye.
They've got the numbers. An unseen assist.
Fucking hell. No. No.
1 point.
That.
If it's gonna hold me?
I'm opening a portal. Pentagram of Farah.
No.
One couldn't win without the other.
I am ready to
Again? Oh my god. No way, dude. No way, dude.
Judge, jury.
I can't survive that. I can't survive that long enough to do that. GG's, man.
2, 3.
GG's.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Why were 5 of my characters banned? Oh, dive? Minus 19? Oh my god, bro. Bro, I'm never making it back to Diamond 1 at this rate. Bro. Bro. Guess we just keep fishing, bro. Okay. That's on me. That's on me. That's on me. W fishing. We gotta win somewhere, you know? It's clearly not on the 3rd one, bro. I swear it goes faster sometimes. This is all we can do. This is all we can win at. Does it even matter where you have enough silver coins to claim all the rewards? I don't even want all the rewards, bro. I just want the freaking... Give me that one. Sure, I'll take the MVP. I'm never gonna use it, but I'll take it. The skin. Okay. I don't even care about the emo pack. I guess I'll take this. Sure, why not? Whatever. Just take this because I can. I don't even want any of this for shit. You can have that. Like, genuinely, the rest of this shit is just irrelevant to me. I don't even want it. I mean, I'll collect it to collect it, but like I don't even want it. There's no collect all button, bro. Like, why? Or why not? I'm genuinely confused as to why there wouldn't be a collect all button. Or exchange all or whatever. Whatever criteria, whatever, actually a volleyball. Bro, why is, I don't like that he moves like that. Why is he big mode like that, bro? Okay, guys. Oh, I forgot about all this stuff. Declined. That man, bro. You gotta lock in. What is this? What is this? 0 points contributed? Lock the fuck in, bro. Bro, you're giving me 0 contributions, bro. I need these units, bro. What the fuck is this? Already have this shit. Oh yeah, I'm not buying the premium, you fuckers. Get out of here. Exchange. Okay. You still locked in, bro? Are you winning? Oh, why are you winning and I'm not winning? Oh no, you're losing. Okay. 7-6 is crazy. That's a tough one. That's a tough one, bro. Anybody recognize any of these names? Feud with someone? Or did I just click on the same game twice? Oh, maybe you. I don't know. Because technically this is my tax bracket. Technically. Okay. I'm gonna go wash them real quick. I'll be back. Okay. I'm back. Game started. Let's go. Let's go. Lover, lesbian, and lesbian lover?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
They have motherfucker on their team named Esports? EA Esports. Anything is possible in domination. Anything is possible in domination.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Anything is possible in domination. Oh, I just spilled my drink everywhere. Gun Wolverine? Okay. How does one enter flow state? Do we know how to force flow state onto entities? Entity? Tie. What do we think, guys? W bands?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not.
Anything is possible in domination. Here we go. Are you gonna pick a second tank, or are you doing some shenanigans? He didn't pick a character. Why didn't he pick a character?
Imperils not just Asgard, but all the realms.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay. Okay. This isn't going good. I'll switch to Strange, I guess. Damn.
People have told me that was a killer track, but I didn't take it literally.
Damn.
4, 3, 2.
Did you move like that?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Queen, mother, perfection. I answer to all three.
The wrath of Asgard! On your toes, here they come. Slow down! 'Twas but a scratch.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Moon is dead. Okay.
Double KO.
By lightning!
The mission area is yours.
Fucking idiot.
Waken the rage of battle! Twas but a scratch. My power grows.
How? 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 How?
What battle can continue without Thor?
Control lost.
target. The wrath of Asgard.
I didn't. None of those hit anybody.
Behold the god of thunder!
No way. No way. No way. Bitch, I know where the health pack is. What are you cooking? Oh, I might be dead here actually. Never mind. Never mind. I think domination is my game mode.
It was on Earth that I truly learned what it was to become a hero.
I'll let them know.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
People think they can see right through me. I bet you've heard that before too, Emma. Men have said as much. I prove them consistently, just as any diva would. Well, from one
They hit me with the ooh woo.
let me say you are a true gem.
Where's Roxy when you need her?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Such a hellish place could only give rise to monsters. Our adversaries gather. The wrath of Asgard. I am barely wounded. Mjolnir chose you as still got an ace against the world. Behold the god of thunder!
No way. No way.
I am Thor Odinson, god of thunder.
We got that right. We got that right.
Mission area is yours.
Another senseless battle over. Hooray!
The wrath of Asgard. I am strengthened. Lightning can fight.
Nice.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Quicken the rage of battle.
Here they come.
Slow down. I am barely wounded.
Oh, my aim, 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 my aim. My aim.
Glory is almost yours.
Here, portaling.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Behold the god of thunder! My power grows. The wrath of Asgard. The wrath of Asgard.
GG's.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Motherfuckers just be complaining, bro. No, not the lesbians on the other team, bro. Fuck. No. Fuck. I wanted the lesbians on my team.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Straight bullshit, man. I didn't get my lesbians, bro. Generationally some bullshit. Should I re-up on the bevy? I think I shall. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Technical difficulties. Hold on. Hold on. Oh fuck. I knocked the green screen over. Oh shit. Fuck. Did it fix the problem? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Whoopsies. Nobody saw that, right? Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that.
This war has brought together.
Nobody saw that. Chill, 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 chill.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Eat that big dino
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Nobody saw anything at all.
Listen for the sound of thunder. 'Twas but a scratch. My power grows. Battle fury burns. Lightning confinement. Battle fury burns.
Now, if somebody could deal with this no more, that'd be ideal.
That one hurts. Do I feel like a girl?
What battle can continue without Thor? The wrath of Asgard. Twas but a scratch.
Nope.
Lightning confinement. Awaken the rage of battle. Asgard is
No, you fucking bitch. Oh my god. No. No, not like this. Oh wait, we're capping the point. Never mind.
the lightning of Asgard returns.
Can I stay in spawn? No. Never mind. That's so tough. That's so tough.
That fucking portal just took me to the fucking moon, bro. What the fuck?
Damn.
What the fuck? It actually ate me.
Why is our Iron Fist a 1 and 2?
Asgard returns.
Can anybody explain that one? Jeff, no necessary for defensive ults. My badass. Oh, uh-oh.
1,000 gods! By the eye of Agamotto!
Only 60 seconds left.
No fucking way. Am I like the worst player in the world?
To battle
1 and 3 DPS, bro. Oh my god, it's every fucking game. Get over your fucking ego. You can't DPS, dude. Learn another fucking role, you shit for brain.
Down to 30 seconds.
There is little time. Strike! Behold the god of thunder! Battle fury burns!
The final 10 seconds.
I need that, I need that, I need those heals, I need these heals.
Going to overtime.
Lightning confinement. Awaken the rage of battle.
Cap that bitch. Holy fuck. Lock in, lock in.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, I went the wrong way. my fault. That's my fault. I went towards the wrong building. Disorientation. W disorientation. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Are you for real right now?
They have shield tanks behind, like, stopping you guys from getting heals. We can't dive, like insane into their backline. We can't heal you.
I am barely wounded.
Get that vehicle moving again! Only 60 seconds left.
By the eye of Agamotto, behold the god of thunder!
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh my god.
Slice and dice.
Get that vehicle moving again!
I am Thor, Odinson, god of thunder.
The final 10 seconds!
When science failed me, magic was there.
No winner yet. Going to overtime!
Bro, what are you cooking? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so cooked, bro. I'm so cooked, bro.
I am ready to put on a show!
No. Are you for real? Are we for real right now? They're portable.
By the eye of Agamotto. By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh my god. There's no fucking way.
Tower beyond sight.
There's no way we got this fucking checkpoint.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I
Oh my god. Chat, are we cooking or what's going on here?
Sorry, no time to stop and buy new holocoms. We gotta keep moving.
Oh, this guy 12 and 6. They're both. Oh, never mind. That's Rocket. I was about to start tweaking out, man.
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay, this is what happens when you play a good character and not like some bum ass character like Thor, bro.
Power beyond sight.
Down to 30 seconds.
No, my healing.
The Sorcerer Supreme lives once more.
The final 10 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again.
By the eye
Ready to run a show. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Bro, what just happened?
by the eye of dangerous.
Genuinely, what just happened, bro?
The current score is 2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Winnable? I don't know.
The right heroes could make all
I
the
don't
difference.
know.
In your eyes, reality
On
is
defense,
mine.
right?
God of Thunder and the mightiest Avenger.
What do we think, guys? Chat, what do we think?
Round 2, go!
is not defined by strength.
We get a second DPS, I think we're up, bro.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I have been fighting to protect you since before you were born, boy.
Good for you, old man. Age doesn't always mean wisdom.
Oh, the fire of youth. Charming, but dangerous. You would be wise to follow my lead.
The battle starts in
Alright, guys.
4,
Everybody do their prayers.
2, 1.
To whatever God you believe in.
Have to stop them from securing the mission area.
As long as I am worthy, I will raise Mjolnir in defense of what is right. 'Twas but a scratch. Lightning fight. When I awaken, enemies fall. Fury burn.
Double KO.
Don't play with me on defense, bro. Genuinely don't play with me on defense. I'm gonna start spazzing.
Awaken the rage of battle. Twas but a scratch.
When it comes to preventing motion, I will be there. I went the wrong way.
The moon haunts you.
Oh shit. Oh shit. That was bad.
Disappear!
We double ulted on that one?
Behold the god of thunder! I came, I saw, I slowed down. 'Twas but a scratch.
No.
Twas but a scratch. My vigor returns.
Holy fuck, they tried it though.
Turn back at once.
Only 60 seconds left.
Behold the god of thunder! Twas but a scratch.
Down to 30 seconds.
That's all I needed. All I needed was to hear the fucking voice line. We're activated. We're activated. Doesn't matter. You're not making it. 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 Oh fuck! You made it. You fucking made it. Oh fuck! You made it. Imbis, no. That was so close. W portal.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
No, I died. I died. You gotta go. 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 We can still do it. We can still do it. Oh shit. Ah shit. I didn't hold that as long as I could have. That's not good. We have a support. Any support. Any support will do. Damn. Fuck! We could have had that. We could have had that.
That's 3. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
To battle again.
Fuck. Fuck.
Oh, Stark. Even your riches are not eternal.
Better stop that vehicle.
The creatures of the deep are so weird.
Who has a healer's knife?
Stop them.
My power grows.
No way. No fucking way. Nice.
You stop them in their tracks. Again. Only 60 seconds left.
How did I miss? We don't talk about it.
Twas but a scratch.
Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. How did I count that wrong? That's my fault. I counted too fast. I don't know my seconds. I sold for sure. Swear to Jeebus, bro. Give me this fucking. Oh, back. Oh my god, bro. Oh, I'm ace. What a pleasant surprise.
Another epic victory! Big win!
I literally tried. You got it, bro. You got it. Damn, look at their fucking healing. 48 and 51,000. Damn, that's crazy. He was on the team. Stasino, he was on the other team. He was their blade, I think.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Hello, the team.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
What's up, my guy?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Me bombo clock.
Or don't ban Punisher or Cyclops. Please don't ban them. Okay. He swears on his life he's better.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider.
Sure, bro. Sassy Cat, if you get diffed, bro, we're gonna fucking crucify you. You're quiet as fuck, bro. I can't hear you. Okay, I can't hear you. Your mic is too quiet, bro.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
You hear me?
That's better.
So who are you talking to?
Oh, Sassy Cat said to not ban Punisher or Cyclops because he's better. So I just said don't get diffed, you know?
something I can't fix.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You have found yourself in the presence of the Phoenix.
Armor patch here. Pay up.
See, this is one of those times when I really wish I had superpowers.
Alright, guys. Do we believe in this team?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
100% faith? That's what I like to hear. There was Cyclops. Okay.
Just the boost I need. You're welcome. Team play. That's me. Just with the doctor on.
Yeah, I can't save everybody, bro. Okay.
It's almost built.
I've reached full power.
Ready to get your yarn on? You're ready for action.
I suppose that helps.
You belong to me! I am ready to put on a show!
You're welcome. This is real firepower!
That's why you're the one in charge,
See? I'm fucking helpful.
We got this? Hold on. What's going on? Portal. Damn! That's so tough. That's so tough.
Things are gonna be different this time. Get out of here! Set forward.
Man, if I wasn't standing there, we might have lived.
To complete the mission. I'll patch you up.
That should make a difference.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Dibs on the boom. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
You gotta stop that vehicle!
Okay, hold your horses. I'll deploy another beacon. You're ready for action. Just the boost I need. Follow the enemy. Now, that blocker.
Halfway! Stop them!
You're welcome.
Oh, the fucking map. Give me the fucking cruiser rat, bro. Fuck. Fuck. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. No. Already, bro. Fuck that.
There's one change, guys.
Yeah, what's going on here? Is it the one tank that's the problem? Bro, they spawn here, please.
Just what the doctor ordered.
I'll patch you up. Someone scratch my back.
Hawkeye, man, what the fuck are you cooking?
I am ready to put on a show.
This is real firepower.
I don't know what else to do. We need another tank? Yeah, we need another fucking tank, bro. We need someone who's not fucking brain dead, bro. Please. All I ask is that we get someone who's not fucking stupid, bro. Why are you going for me, Strange?
Yo, watch out for TP.
I have no faith in this team, man. I know you said 100% faith, but I have like 0% faith.
Why do we have no tanks, bro?
What the fuck happened to our tanks, bro? Oh my god.
Yo, what the fuck are you guys
What are we doing?
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Including which side.
Bro, how did we ask for a second tank and we ended up with 0 tanks?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
I'm genuinely fucking baffled, bro.
Like, yo, we just sold that for no reason.
If you want, I can know more. Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, you could know more.
Round 2.
I am Asgardian.
We had no tank for like 5 seconds.
Just don't frontline. That's all I gotta tell you. Just throw your shit from afar.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
There's genuinely no way, man. I can know more if you tank. Bro, just do something, bro. I'm JK. What do you mean you're JK, bro? Bro, please. That was not the time.
Yeah, I like your yams.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Gotta make the team's good proud. Here they awaken the rage of battle. Twas but a scratch. My power grows. You have need of my strength.
Nice. Good portal. Damn. I sacrificed my life to cap the point.
Asgard returns.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Onward to my sacred hole.
As long as you can aim, it's all good, bro. Nice. This is the plan. Let's go. This is just working. This is working. I'm gonna try to push that. No one? You bet not.
Awaken the rage of battle. Behold the god of thunder!
Nice.
Yo, no more is really fun. What the fuck? Damn. I wasn't expecting all that, bro. What the hell?
No, No More is really good. And the team up's posted too.
Watch out for ults now.
I'm going around.
By the eye of
Okay, I might have went out a little bit too.
what battle can continue without Thor?
Nice. Stuck on a fucking wall, bro.
Get on the way, I'm coming.
How did none of those hit anything? Alright, we got this, we got this.
2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Alright, you don't need to be saying all that, bro.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Yeah, get off Star-Lord, you geek. Geek.
Round 3,
It was on Earth that I truly learned what it was
Okay,
to
we're in
be
their head. They want to record each other.
Let's go.
they'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Just know, bro. There's no tides without the moon.
Okay, watch for portal. Don't nobody stand up on this thing over here. I'm gonna not do that again.
Yeah, last time I got raped.
Mighty Mjolnir cannot be lifted by
Get portal there, just I don't even know what to do.
I mean, this time I'm Thor, I'll just bubble it and they'll be taking damage if they leave it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Only 60 seconds left.
They're down one already.
I am barely wounded.
Oh, they don't even have a string. No! Fuck. Should I portal? I might portal actually.
Find you, there's a score girl.
I'm portaling.
The final 10 seconds. No winner yet. Going to overtime. Us against the world.
Fuck! Regroup.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Save ult and combine them, they can get off turret.
Squirrel's up top.
Coming, I have my ult right now. Okay, go, ult.
No! That's tough. That's so tough. Nice.
The current score is 3-2-4. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
You want a portal?
You'll need a top-notch team
Yeah,
to
look,
win
you
this
should.
one.
Open your eyes.
Let's go
Reality is but an
dive
illusion.
then, in that case.
We have 3 minutes, so we might as well just try portaling off rip.
Yeah, it's okay. Just portal.
Honestly, they might swap off Swirl, bro.
Let's try them. Let's keep them more just for this push because it's working so well.
Before you attack, get ready.
Where do you want me to portal?
Where will you make your mischief
Go where
when
they
the
went.
world disintegrates?
Oh, this is hardly the only world.
It is my only world, and I will fight for
Make it like a little more inside though, so they can't just like spray it, you know, without us like seeing them.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Opening a portal. Every spell cast has its price, and my debt is deep. A shortcut through space. Our enemies are near. Good medicine.
S is gone. And is dead. Bro, what is he? How is he healing so fast, bro? The portal back. Gambit dead. Nash is gone.
Sit out of here.
Gambit's low. Fuck.
Hands are shaking again. Focus.
In a few moments, you shall see the extraordinary power of the trickster goddess.
The eye begins to awaken.
This art looks priceless. I must have it.
Bring on the chaos!
Hold on, wait, I'm coming quickly.
The moon haunts you.
Oh, support all.
Against the world! It's
Okay.
Dark magic. By the eye of Agamotto. I am here to help.
Oh, he was dead.
My life force is fading. I require urgent treatment.
Nice.
Let's get that vehicle to its destination. Only 60 seconds.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Nice.
Yo, what is that guy
Cook that fraud. Cook that fraud, bro.
Final score 5-2-4.
GG's.
Another epic victory.
Report this symbiote, dude. Symbionte. We used to pray for times like this, guys. We used to pray for times like this. Back in Diamond 1. Oh my god. All that just to be level 22, bro? Like you never left in the first place? Bro. Fuck the fishing. Let me look at this shit real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, 16 games in Diamond 2. Fuck, man. That's depressing. If that's not depressing, I don't know what is, bro. Give me my free units, though. What do we think, guys? Do we think we keep going? How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours and 56 minutes. Should we call it there? Should we call it there back in Diamond 1? Bro, how long are these games, bro? This game was 7 minutes long. Why did it take me so long? 19 minutes, bro. To suffer or not to suffer? That is the question. It's like, if I lose, I'm just gonna be negative Diamond 1, right? When was Roxy online? What the fuck? What did these people get online, bro? I swear I was spectating these guys' matches when I started this like stream. What did you do? What did you get online to do? Just collect your rewards, bro? You played games? No, this is 19th. I'm tweaking. I was about to be like, yo, what the fuck? Yo, Confused Peach, you still out here? That's a commendable effort. You're in Diamond 1 like how I'm in Diamond 2. Holy shit, bro. How many games is that? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 25 games of Diamond 1 is tough, bro. 25 games in Diamond 1 is tough, bro. That's so many games, bro. Not the right person. Holy man. That's so tough. That's so tough. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. That's genuinely depressing. I guess we'll keep going. I'm just gonna go to the washroom real quick. Fuck it. Do the BRB screen. Mad Moon will return. We shall continue suffering. We shall continue to suffer. What are my viewers saying? How many viewers do we have? 4 viewers is what they're alleging that I have. What is this yapping about in the chat? Oh, I can't see it yet.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Whoa. Okay. Avoid me and keep passing.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Holy moly. Do we know any of these guys? No. DPS or lose? Oh shit.
There's a 68% win rate Cyclops on their team.
Okay. You just do what you gotta do, man.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Yep, well. Anything is possible. Even if it's not domination. That man, we winning, bro? What do you feel like? What are you feeling, bro?
Stay strong.
My loyal chatter. Win incoming? That's what I like to hear, bro. I just tried inspecting my gun like this was Counter-Strike or Valorant, bro. Yeah.
2, 1. You're welcome. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
If you could not be losing health, it'd be fantastic. For my I guess I need to be a little bit more dynamic with my healing.
You're ready for action. A nice deep team play. That's me.
I'm altered mouth.
You're welcome.
No, I tried. I really tried my best. No, fuck.
This is real firepower. Don't mind me.
Oh, that was such bad fucking. Listen, I did not mean to put it there. I don't know what kind of lag I just experienced, but that's not where I meant to put that thing there. Now my chat's gonna judge me, bro. Fuck, 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 fuck. Live, 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 live. Live, 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 live.
You ain't got rid of me yet.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Headshots with the sword piss me off. I hate that motherfucker. Deadpool? Okay guys, what's the move here?
I'm back.
Take that shit out the game. Yeah, headshots with the melee attack is kind of nuts, but I mean it is what it is. I can't be like too mad at it. But DPS pool, man, that guy, like a good DPS pool is probably the most annoying one, which is crazy because of how like that wasn't the case when this game started, like got added. How? Where? How? How? Where the fuck was this guy? Oh, he's behind me. Phoenix, please. Phoenix, please, bro. Oh, and 4?
Die on Emma with a Hulk on me. That's crazy. Like, I'm just not getting healed.
I'm trying, bro. He's the only motherfucker who can do that. If I can't be headshotted with magic projectile on her sword, at least fuck that. Yeah, I mean Venom can primary attack like headshot with this shit, but I don't know. Like tentacles, I guess, are like different. I don't know how that supposed to work. Is that us? Oh my god, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, yeah, Magic can't projectile headshot with their sword. Thor can't headshot with this freaking lightning thing, even though that's a perk in, like, the original Blood Hunt and Zombies mode. Kinda weird how they do that. I genuinely think they might need to add, like, the freaking, like, either, like, the perk system from Overwatch or, like, some other alternate ability swapping method. Bro, why does our Phoenix have the same stat line as our Rocket, bro? Yo, Rocket and Phoenix should not have the same stat line.
Get some relay deployed. It ain't cheap. You're welcome. Armed and again. Armor patch here. Again.
The current score is 0-3. Time to
I stopped playing Phil, Youngster DPS slot. Young Jesus, do you feel the aura? Bro. Who are you? Bro. You are not a factor here. It's an inside joke.
I do the right thing unless the wrong thing is more fun.
You cannot save Yggdrasil, nor
30
can you
seconds
save
before you attack.
yourselves.
Get ready.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
I was exiled from Asgard.
Ah.
Now I would lay down my life.
There's no way, man.
Ah, dear brother, how have you fared since your banishment?
I think something may have gotten lost in translation.
The battle starts in 5.
Hero, you be Lord farming?
3, 2,
we get a second support?
Help get that vehicle to its
Thank you.
destination.
4 animated lords. Oh, I mean now that's where we are, bro. Now that's exactly where we are. How did he? Oh. Okay. Okay.
A worthy foe. Awaken the rage of battle. My power grows.
This is real firepower!
I am ready to put on a show!
Okay.
Behold the god of thunder!
Let me get him, let me get him.
Keep going.
The enemy is here.
Okay. Out behind. Cook this fraud. Thank you.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
They ran. Bro, live without a health bar? I know, that fucking Deadpool, bro. Actually crazy. No! It's a tough one. That is a tough one.
The lightning of Asgard returns.
Where am I going? What am I doing? You're Hulk, right? Oh my god! No, 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 no! No. 10, 8, and 12? Yeah, might be the problem.
To battle again. The wrath of Asgard.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Behold the god of thunder!
Burnt that shit.
Get that vehicle moving again!
This guy double shielded up, bro. Is all that necessary? No, not you, bro. Not you, bro.
Wow, 4 in a row!
You got it, boss.
Armor patch here. Pay up. You're ready for
Fear Magneto!
Disappear! It's the grand finale!
This is a nice spot. You're welcome.
Only 60 seconds left.
I'll patch you up. Who was that guy?
Max, stay with me, stay with me.
Even when he was down for the count.
Again!
I'm
Okay, bye, yeah, brother.
Be your best self.
You're ready for action.
So close! This is your big chance!
Oh, behind.
30 seconds.
No way, bro. I had my fucking ult too.
Armed and dangerous. Things are gonna be different this time.
The final 10 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again.
I'm trying, bro. I'm not fast enough.
Final score.
Damn.
2-3.
Ah.
Can't expect to win them all.
Okay. I think we gotta stop there. CZ Spark asking if you can feel the aura when he missed the dunk on the cloak. Tisk tisk. Yeah, that guy's bro, you're not bro, you're not him. Okay. What happened, man? 3 final hits? I know. I understand that you have 53,000 damage block, but how do you have 3, 14, and 13, bro? It was our 1 final and 3 final. Bro, I was rocket for like. Bro, I was rocket. For most of the game. Oh yeah. You know what? It's not worth it. Oh man, dude. You know, everybody has those days. Everybody makes mistakes.
You're welcome. My good deed for the day.
Surely we rank up to plat? Up to plat is such a horrible sentence, bro. Bro. Up to plat? Up to plat is... The plat is horrid, bro. Oh man. Oh man, what do you mean up to plat, bro? Sensen, what rank are you? Roxy's Diamond 3. Ours Gold 3. Sabo, Silver 2. That's like a loss, bro. Kakazu, Platinum 2. Stark 69, Platinum 3. Gonna talk about you. Platinum 1. Iron Unity's... Was that Bronze 2? Alright, yeah. Bronze 2 for that, yeah, okay. Sensen is in Platinum 1. Steven, bro, what's going on, man? Only in Platinum? Man. What do we do, guys? What do we do? I got my alt account. We can rank in Celestial for real. Alright. I don't know if the poll worked. I tried to create a poll. Let me know if that worked. I don't know if I can see the results. But if you can vote on that, let me know. That's all I really have to say. One more surely? Like they said, keep going? Okay. Okay. Let me catch some fish just for fun, bro. I was trying to read that. I was trying to read the chat. That's my excuse. I was trying to read the chat. Pick up the Pepsis. Still got the best fish in the free pond. Which was the best fish? The sailfish? Oh, okay. Impound. I do not know any of these individuals. I love her. Just like me for real. MRC Doom Descent Season 0? What the fuck even is that tag, bro?
I tear through the cloud.
Eat nuts and kick.
I'll just click on all my Lord characters, bro. Ultron gameplay? Ultron gameplay? Anybody?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Anyone want some Ultron gameplay? We didn't ban anything? Ultron solo heals? I said ban Gambit and then pick Daredevil. That one makes sense to y'all? Damn, they banned Blade. Rest in peace, that lover.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
We're really getting some Ultron gameplay? No ban, one ban. No ban is Aura. 3 bans is 3 no bans is peak Aura. Wait, we didn't ban twice? Oh no, we did. Okay, I was about to say. Trust the process. Ooh, trust the process, bro. How far have the Philadelphia 76ers gotten in the playoffs, man? Talking about trust the process. You guys believe
In love?
in Ultron?
The battle starts in
Jersey,
5,
yeah.
4,
It's a good
3,
thing.
2,
You just have to kill people with it. You can't just use your bot, right?
help get that vehicle to its destination. Much better.
Did not need to press shift there. Oh, whoa. Okay.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Okay.
Oh boy. The rift is getting bigger. A little help, please.
How many times can that motherfucker use his damn E? I don't know, bro. It's actually crazy. I thought he had that shit like done already, bro.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Feeling fantastic.
Every time he came back with the bigger health bar, oh god. No.
Penny's one, guys. Penny's one.
Nice. Good shot.
Let's find you a path to the Master Weaver, Zero.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
This is my unnatural selection. Go, my children. I have finished the job.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Holy fuck, bro. I'm gonna die here. Fuck. 8-1-11? Not bad. Not bad. We take those ones.
Shields up. It's spider time.
No. Big ass open room, no cover? Yeah, unfortunately. No, Cyclops, you fucking bitch. Oh my god, bro. I'm not fast enough to get out of the way. Somebody kill Cyclops, please. Don't mess with who, bro? Nice.
Thanks for the boost.
God, yeah.
3, 2, 0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Man, that guy was absolutely right about y'all trio. Who said anything about trio, bro? Hall. You have a trio, they've been losing like hard game after game. It's like that? It's like that? They losing like that?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Bro is a master rager. Bro is the main character. Bro, any hot girls in that stack got trash them.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, Ty. Now we really have to attack. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Bro, I can't even see Spider-Man.
You stop them in their tracks. Feeling fantastic.
Go, my children.
I'm dead. Our Cloak and Dagger hasn't died? Yeah, that's impressive.
We will soon be under attack. Embrace perfection.
Better stop that vehicle.
That's what we call greed.
Thanks for the boost.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Extermination!
Should I waste the fuck out of that? Maybe.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Shields up.
An unseen assist!
No way.
They hit a checkpoint.
No fucking way, bro.
What battle can continue without Thor?
Disappear!
Twas but a scratch. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
It's now or never. Stop them!
The wrath of Asgard!
No way, every time, bro. Okay, well, they have less time than us. It's not over. Hope is not lost.
I am barely wounded. My hammer fell, and so did you. Ha! We must away. Waken the rage of battle. Lightning can fight.
Only 60 seconds left.
Waken the rage of battle. Power beyond sight. Woo! I never miss. Behold the god of thunder! Slow down. Our battle fury burns my life. I am barely wounded.
Down to 30 seconds.
Slow down. Battle fury burns.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Oh my god. No, you fucking bitch. Oh my god, I was about to get the health back. Hold it down for the next 3 seconds, bro. Please, bro, please. Bro, please.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Disappear!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
No! Kill the chaff. Kill the fucking chaff. Fuck. Fuck.
You guys are letting the enemy door just keep on going past you, bro. I think that's been a big problem. Nobody's been answering it.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
You want me to do what, bro?
Thunder and the mightiest Avenger.
I can play tank here if you guys are having trouble with the Thor, guys. He's not that good. I don't know why we're letting him do whatever he wants.
If you want to go tank, I'll go rocket.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Round 3,
Just
go!
say it. There's nothing I can't fix.
Propulsion beam.
You know what to do, spiders?
Oh my god, bro.
Well, okay.
Straight stressful.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
It's good to have you on our side, Spider-Man. You've always been a trusted ally.
We sure do go way back, Psych. You ever miss the simple days? Teens and fought crime.
Those days were never simple. They were just a different kind of hard.
Taking tank from Ace is a wild move, but okay. I mean, if they need someone to handle Thor, you know, I'm not gonna I will also, I mean, I did start as Ultron or some fucking bullshit, bro. Cyclops up top.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
I'll patch you up.
Doors one here.
Bro, how does he still have health, bro? Yeah. I'm gonna die here. Fuck. No support. Not good, not good, not good.
We need to really like consider some more swaps, guys. Like they living with 1 HP is really sad.
Armor packs here. Pay up.
There's still a chance to stop them. Spider mode.
Oh wait, that's our Penny. What the fuck am I cooking, bro? I thought they could deal with him? I thought they could too, bro. I was told that they could deal with the Thor, bro. Now who's chasing my ass right now, bro?
1 HP, bro. Doors out. No heal.
Please. Please. Oh my god. Oh my god.
3, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who are you calling around?
They went Dinosaur? No, they went Penny and Dinosaur? I don't want to say it. I didn't want to say it, but you're dying.
Nobody's helping.
What?
That's what I meant with Thor is literally just allowed to sit in our back line. Like, that shouldn't be allowed, bro.
I thought you had it handled, bro. His name is Elo Devourer? What the fuck? We got this. You're doing good, don't worry, bro.
Before you attack, get ready.
He's gonna try and yoink it off the map here. Be ready for it. Actually, everybody just walk on the right. Everybody. The whole team. Don't go main. Go to the right. Penny has a set. They have a Penny now, guys.
My totem is a gun.
Can we just right now switch to something that's gonna counter Penny for DPS? Can we please just we already know their top. We hear it, guys. Can we switch it up already?
3, 2, 1.
You're welcome.
Help get that vehicle to its destination. Much better.
Next stop, the short at the spot.
Bro, what the fuck is we doing, bro?
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Donald can't be pulled. All they had to do was walk beside him. Yeah.
Another unsuspecting foe.
There's no way. What are we cooking? Can you not? Are we like for real right now? How are you taking so much damage? How are you taking so much damage?
Where's my DPS, guys?
People usually don't let me into shrines. This is real firepower! You're ready for action! You belong to me! Team play, that's me.
Only 60 seconds left.
Portal.
You're ready for action! This is a nice spot.
Kill Strange. Thank you. I'm behind. Thank you.
That must be really humiliating. You get a weapon. Here's 30 seconds. Get a weapon.
Our Spider-Man? Or their Spider? Okay.
You're welcome.
I am ready to put on a show.
Do we win?
Final score 4.
Uncut gem? Bro, what?
Another epic victory. Big win.
Motherfucker, an uncut gem, bro. Do they have motion? Ah, hell not. Tomato head, motherfucker? What does that even mean, bro? I have the most heals even after swapping. Don't know what you want me to tell you about that, bro. Bro plays League and Valo. That's tough. That's tough. What are we at now? 13? Yeah, I mean, we're not in the negatives, right? So, I guess we'll call it there. Good stream, guys. We did it. We really made no progress. I mean, something like that. I don't even know.